Yo, 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 yo. What's up, what's up? Let's go. Okay, so let this be the day where we finish this task. I think we got it. So it's basically, can I summarize this one in a sentence? It's the layer it's the layer visualizing actions for the player, basically, for the playable entity. It's the layer visualizing actions for the player. Yeah, that's the way I want to put it. Yo, what's up, wholesome guy? So just at the end of yesterday's stream, I was writing this one. It's pretty much this one, but a bit more specified. So maybe it will be a little bit easier to translate to code. But so this is what we want these to do. Currently, they are named Action Visualizer. Still haven't figured out a better name, so I guess we're gonna go with that name today as well. But an action state on the playable entity goes from state available to state ready. The action visualizer for that state is then notified. That action visualizer notifies its listener that it now wants to bind itself to the input. So the action I'm visualizing is ready. Bind me with the player input. So then the playable entity, I think it's playable entity that is going to handle that, will check if, okay, this action is becoming ready. It wants to bind itself to all of these inputs. Can we bind it to all of those inputs, or do we have another action in process that has higher priority currently for these actions? So that check. If bind fails, we do nothing. So the action visualizer, we don't bind it to the input, and we don't visualize it or anything like that. But we might, maybe, just maybe, put it into its own, some ready list or something like that, some priority list. So like, if whatever is occupying the inputs this action wants right now, if that one goes from processing or ready to available, then those input slots are available and we take the next in queue, which is this action. But anyway, let's say that this doesn't happen, that the input is available. Then we want to show the action visualizer toggle button. So toggle button, that is actually the entry and exit button. So it's the button that starts the action and it's the button that ends the action. So I don't know, on a controller you have A for picking something up and then you use A again to drop it, right? Makes sense. So we show that one to the player, and that's the job of the action visualizer. So show this UI element at this position. Yo, what's up, Geralt? Good morning, good morning. And if, I didn't rename this one, but if toggle button is clicked, call action start, and then the state of the action goes from ready to initializing. And when we try to initialize it, that's when we try to bind inputs, like all the buttons we need for this action. So for Terraform, for instance, we have a toggle button that's to start and exit, or start and finish the Terraform. But during the Terraform state, we have a lot of buttons to actually control how to terraform something. Make the area bigger or smaller and stuff like that. Yesterday, at the end of last stream, I said try bind here, but I think we're just gonna change this one to bind, and it's never going to fail. If this one can fail, I think we're gonna check this one here. So we're gonna do try bind and action visualizer dot process input definitions. Try bind and check availability. If bind fails or not available, do nothing. So we do this check here. We only want to do it once. Yeah, it's the communication here that is going to be the hardest part today, I think, because if we get another, so let's say that we try these, they don't fail, so we show the toggle button, but then some other action with higher priority overrides whatever this one is, then we need to unbind this one. Does that make sense? And then it's not ready anymore. Yeah, we're gonna have to do some intricate dictionary type of implementation here where we bind action visualizers to, or we pair action visualizers to input definitions, or we bind multiple action visualizers to input definitions, and then we take the top one maybe. Yes, something like that. We'll see. But anyway, if toggle button is clicked and we call action start, action state goes from state ready to state initializing. The action visualizer is notified and we do something, process input definitions. We bind them to the inputs. And it's pretty much this one we want to do. Something like that, and then Pretty much want to go do... something like this. It's a little bit rough around the edges, but I think we can work with this one. So that's pretty much what we're going to do today. Unfortunately, I think we're going to have to just iterate through these. Not their specific implementation, but like the foundation of them one additional time today. But that's how it goes when you start writing code without like a clear plan. A detailed plan. It also sometimes happens even though you had a detailed plan, but whatever. Can I come up with a better name than Action Visualizer just before we start rewriting these? Like, it's almost like I'm starting to think that playable action is a better word for it. Playable action, playable focus action. Playable action. And then these Terraform Action Visualizer object and play here, place Action Visualizer object, these should be called Playable Action Place Visualizer. I think that's a better name. Fucking hell. Ooh, 1 second. Action handler. Because I'm also thinking that it is a little bit... Here we specify action visualizers and actions separately, and then we're gonna pair them on awake or something like that. It would be very nice to be able to specify... Oh, fuck yeah. It would be very nice to be able to specify the action handler. So okay, I think we're gonna do that. Playable entity and animate entity. We're gonna create a quick issue for this one. But so animate entity is going to have a... We're gonna make action handler non-mono behavior. And then we're gonna put the action handler here. We're gonna, I don't know if we want to put it like interactable list. Maybe. Somewhere around here would be nice. But then you define the action handler, and you have an action handler, which is non-playable entities are going to use, and then you have a playable action handler that is for playable characters, where we define... So when we define these playable UI stuff here, we find the actions themselves within it as well. I'm pretty sure that's how we're gonna do it. pretty sure that's how we're gonna do it. I just wonder, yeah, we still want to instantiate these. Continue is such a bad name as well. Just thinking about if I should do action handler base class and then derived class playable action handler, or if I should do action handler abstract class, and then we have animate action handler and playable action handler, so 2 subclasses, or if I should do it as an interface and 2 classes that implements that interface. I'm just trying to figure out what I guess stuff like this would, yeah, we would still have some base functionality that will be the same for both of them. I reckon these. It's just that we need to make a way. Okay, I think we can do this. Okay, I think that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna prep action handler to be able to implement this in a much nicer way. So the whole idea is that instead of defining action visualizers here and doing the pairing on startup, we're gonna have in dynamic entity, we have a action handler we define here with the actions the entity can do. For a playable entity, we also have an action handler, but it handles playable actions, which is just a wrapper class around an action. Yes. So let me just create this issue because I don't think we have some task related to that. I think we actually only have okay, this one. So let me split the action handler into one base class and two derived ones. I think that's what we're gonna go with, yeah. Sec. Okay, back. Sorry about that. Let's see. Where were we? Split the action handler into one base class and two derived ones. Is that a bad title? Probably finish this one today, I reckon. Do one. It's probably such an easy task that we can just keep it like this. Like, I wonder, am I gonna fuck up? Oh, okay, currently this one is the only one we have that uses action handler. But do we have the dependencies? Focus, inspect, hold definitions. Yeah, we have these setups here. We might. Oh, hell yeah. Definitely want to keep these setups. Mm-hmm. And I just rename this one real quick. And keep these setups we have. Okay. Okay, beautiful. Okay. Good morning, Harukanan. Okay. Want serializable here or system serializable editor extension? Okay. And this action handler I want to do make abstract. And then we have animate. Okay. Animate action handler, playable action handler. And then action handler, we want to do public protected action. We want to as an array actions. Because I'm thinking of doing it like this. So animate action handler will have a public now I want to do it like this. Protected abstract get actions or get actions. Or I don't want to say available, but get so the actions that one can do. Get performable actions. Let's just name it get actions now. And here I want to have field, serialize field. You know what? think I want to do it like this. Oops. Actions, and then we implement the idea here is that we do, okay, for now, probably gonna do like this, but the idea is that instead of actions here, we have playable action. Actions. And here we return actions dot select. Actions dot select. Playable actions select pa dot action dot to array. So here, when we actually use these actions, we instantiate them, we link them, link the dependencies of them, we sort them in which ones are active, we iterate the process and stuff like that. This one keeps track of all that. And here we pretty much just wrap them in a nice way. But to be able to continue developing this, we're gonna have to add a simple playable action. And although we're gonna use most of the code we have here, I'm gonna keep these around and create a new folder here. Then we will just move over the code. So it's the second iteration, but like it's both input and user interface actually. So let's see here, I just need to think 1 sec. We're gonna have generic playable action. So focus action, for instance, this one doesn't have. Okay, so we're gonna have playable action generic. And playable Playable action. Action focus. Playable action. Playable action generic. Yeah, because I think so most of the actions will just be, they will just have a toggle button, right? But then we have focus, which doesn't have a toggle button, but instead no toggle button. And very specific ones. Yeah, but then again, we're gonna show... Yeah, we're gonna start with something like that. So for now, let's just add playable action. Public abstract, input definition, get is toggle the correct? Do I want to use toggle for this one? Toggle button. I think we're going to start with something like this. Label action. Let me just commit this one real quick. I just want to have this one in place because when we then add the action handlers, I don't want it to result in some error. So when we push the action handlers, I want the playable action to exist, you know. Let's see. what have I changed? Input handler unbind action to input. Okay, I had actually changed a lot more things than I anticipated in this folder. And one more thing, I think we are gonna rename create action visualizers, create playable actions. Sort of very similar to the first name we had. Okay, great. So now we can jump and we can do... Fuck, did I fuck up? Oh, it should be the other way around here, for fuck's sake. Playable actions. Sorry. Select. Action handler. I want to compare this to action handler old. So we have actions and then we have an action dictionary. Yeah, we can probably skip this one. Nah. Okay, let's see here. So we want to have a method in action handler that processes the processing actions pretty much. Wonder if we just want to go with process active. Yeah, I think we're gonna call it continue. Yeah, then we want an active list as well, active actions. Oh, yeah, 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 we want to go the other way around. Of course we do. Hmm. Yeah. For each in get actions can perform, we need that one. Instantiate on process change, add listener, handle active actions. It's private. And yeah, we're gonna have a get action as well. Okay, so right now this is pretty much the only difference. Pretty sure we're gonna add some additional stuff here. But let's see. Animate entity then. Require component action handler old. Action handler like this, and let's see. And then we want to do a action. No. Action handler old. We want to use this one. We already have it. Beautiful. And then we want to add this one for here. We need to instantiate it. And then we have can perform action, get action. Beautiful. I also want to add a protected this one. And here we do action handler dot update active actions. This means that we could set playable action handler for an animate entity. I don't know how relevant that is gonna be. It's probably okay. One sec, did I screw up? Yeah, action hold base action hand. Oh yeah. Where do we have it? We do. Okay. Okay, we're gonna work with this one. Action handler. Interactable list. It's nice to have interactions and action handler close to each other, but why don't we have... Don't we have a header? I thought we did. If we do it like this... That one works. I guess it's serialized reference abstract selectable where it starts to chunks. That actually works as well. Okay, beautiful. So what's up with this one? What if we do this one? Oops. We make this one private. Yeah. We just make it public. Then we have a little bit of a... then we have a title, but it's looking weird as hell. Why is this the case for this one, but nothing else? Serialized reference abstract selectable. Oh, it's because we don't have it in a list, I guess. That's a bit annoying. Interactions. Okay, we can do... For now, let's just do it entity, dynamic entity, or actually entity, action related, or action setup. Action setup, then we have our interactable list, and we have our action handler. A little bit weirdly, but that's okay. Hate this extra space here as well. Fuck it. Let's go back to field and we make it public, but with a private set. Okay, and then we want to fix these as well. We want to be able to choose stuff here. Animate action control. So for this one, we're going to do playable action controller. But I guess that's this one. Animate action handler. Playable actions, have we don't have any of these just yet, so we might get an error here. Actually, now when I think about it, or let's try it. Playable action handler, playable actions, 0. We add one here, and yeah, we can't select anything. But okay, it still works. So if we do animate actions, then we have animate actions here, and here we can actually choose. Okay, great. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Yes, and I think that's it. Would love to try this already, but can't really do it right now. So this is a playable entity. We should have playable action handler here. With some playable actions. So let's start with that one. Maybe we can get focus to work actually. I wonder. Okay, so we don't have any issues here. So let's add. Yo, what's up, Ginger Dev? Thank you for the raid, appreciate it. And I hope you had a wonderful stream, man. What's up, Arrow? Yeah, I want to commit this one, but I want to delete action handler old. We can probably do it. Yeah, we can. Arrow, finally someone uses VS Code. Hell yeah. Crossing my fingers that that's a good thing. Ginger Jeff, yeah, trying to work out Heathen, Steamworks, and achievements. I fucking love achievements, by the way. No idea what Heathen is. Heathen, Steamworks. Or is that just... Okay. So is it like a third-party framework or toolkit for working with Steamworks SDK? Am I understanding then? Arrow, I like VS Code. Yeah, so do I. So do I. Although I have noticed lately that I do still like VS Code, but the auto updates has really screwed me over in the past couple of days. Okay, past couple of years actually. With all the AI stuff they added. Yeah, I'm not too keen on that either just yet. But it's not what I hate the most currently. It's just that I've got some auto updates that start generating files, maybe AI behind the scenes, or restructuring my code. That probably is AI behind the scenes. Fuck that. Okay, I'm just gonna commit this real quick. Which actually means that I think we've probably resolved this one. So that's nice. Arrow, everybody loves AI until it starts being annoying. I guess that's true. I think we're done with this task. So let's continue with this one. Arrow, what are you working on right now? So generally, we're doing a creature management game, much like Chow Garden or Viva Pinata. But more specifically today, we're doing the visual part of the action system. So we have an action system. It's pretty much a state machine. That figures out what an entity can do or not. And our playable character is one of those entities, but when it comes to like the playable entity, we also want to show a lot of information related to the actions. So it's that layer we're doing. I think, yeah, We're working on a wrapper-like class that acts as a communication layer between player and action. And back. We did some experimentation yesterday with implementing it as visualizers, and it's good. But we're going to take these now and iterate them once again and put them into playable actions instead. I think that's a little bit better. And we're going to try it with, I think we're going to try it with focus first. I just need to see here, what more do we have? We're going to wait with button map item as well, I think. We don't need to link actions anymore because they are linked by default, which is beautiful. Instantiate visual feedback, update button map item. Okay, so actually we can look at it like this. Playable action, we're gonna add a public we're gonna instantiate it, and we're gonna let's do it like this. We keep it like this, and then we start by implementing playable action focus, and then we see what we need to do in the base class, and then we implement playable action generic and see what we need to do. And then we implement playable action terraform and playable action place. Ginger Dev, I missed the window for next fest. Sorry about that. But yeah, that's a good thing with Steam. You always have new fests around the corner, don't you? So yeah, good luck with the Animal Fest. I need a new cup of coffee real soon. But okay, let's see here now. Let's add playable action. Playable action focus. Yo, what's up, GDs? Back to it. What do you mean by back to it? Arrow, we're gearing up to get our demo ready for the next fest. What demo is that? Like, feel free to link to Steam if you want to. our game Tinker's Ascent. Ah, nice. Gonna check it out later on. Saving it in my little bit of a little notepad I've got here. Tinker's Ascent. But yeah, good luck with the next fest as well. GDs don't mean anything by it. It was in Leo. Welcome back. Okay. Yeah, I was just wondering what it was referring to. But I hope you're having a wonderful Thursday so far, GDs. Playable action focus. So, pretty much the only thing we want to do here is focus action visualizer. One thing. We are gonna playable action focus. This one is gonna have a system or a serialized field private game.actions.focus. I wonder if we just want to name it action here or action focus. And it's going to implement playable action. And then we need to implement these. Get action. So here we just return action focus. Yeah, we're gonna get toggle input definitions for this one. We're just gonna return input definition none. And here we just return maybe we could return an empty list as well, but I don't know. Okay, and then if we look at the implementation from yesterday, instantiate visual feedback. Okay, so we have two parts of this focus action visualizer. It consists of two parts. It consists of the visual feedback to the player of what we are focusing, but it also controls the action as well. So it pulls input and returns it, or like it gets input, change, and handles it, which makes me wonder. We actually want to return something here. We want to return, I think it's point, but actually I'm not entirely sure. Let's see. Input definition. It's, let's see here. Pointer focus event. I'm pretty sure it's the point one here. Primary movement, second... Fuck, is it secondary movement? Yeah, let's go with point for now. Okay, so it's two things that happens here. We have the visual feedback and the listening here in the handler. Enable and disable. Enable and disable are gonna refer to that's actually when an action goes from, or when an action is ready, that's when we enable it. Or the action needs to be ready, processing, initializing, finalizing, or interrupting. Any of those four, and it's enabled. I wonder if we want to keep it unavailable as well, actually. Action, 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 action. Set state available. Enable, disable. I want to differentiate between, so we're gonna have, so we have so when we go from available to ready, then we want to enable, like we enable the visualizer to be toggleable or to be startable. I don't know if enable is the correct word. Maybe enable, disable. Okay, we're gonna go with enable and disable again. I wonder. So the question I always ask myself as well with this new action system is, are these two enough, or do we want to have on state change? But if we have on state change, we're gonna get a hell of a lot of messaging being sent out, or signals. Too many. Way too many. It feels like, let's see here. Disable it, maybe, just maybe. It might be enough if we just add a on unavailable as well. I think. Fuck, don't we have going from unavailable to available? No, we don't. Okay. Okay, so I think that's what we're gonna do. We are gonna add a on unavailable change, because that's something we need to know as well. And because yeah, and then for playable action focus, we enable this one from the get-go, I guess. Oh, no. Actually, okay, I know what we're gonna do. We're gonna poll instead of messaging in this one, for this one. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, but before we do that, I need to run and make myself a new cup of coffee. So be right back a couple of minutes. Okay, back. Sorry about that. Let's finish this. Where were we? Oh yeah, playable action focus, enable, disable. I want to add a action. I want to add a on ready change, on process change, and we're gonna have a on unavailable change. But if I ever get to a point where we want to add yet another one, Arrow the Fighter, welcome back, thank you, appreciate it. If I ever get to the point where we want to add an additional one here, then I think it's just better to do a on state change. Fuck, we change states so very often. Yeah. So when we go to unavailable, we want to notify. And I also want to add a, we don't have a case for going from state unavailable to state available. But okay, so enable for this one is going to be focus on or action focus then. And disable is going to be remove listener. So when we enable this one, we start listening on pointer focus event. If it changes, we call focus on in this action. Then we have the visual feedback as well. And for that one, on process change, add listener. Yeah, we pretty much want to do exactly the same thing here. Although I'm wondering, instantiate visual feedback, show visual feedback. Okay, I think we're gonna take this one as well. Instantiate visual feedback. Mm. Mm. I think this time around I'm gonna skip this extra method and we're gonna do a anonymous method here. So we do action focus on process change, add listener. So that's our playable action focus. I think I would like to try this one, set it up and make it work before we continue. But to be able to do that, we're going to remove the old visualization of this one. So we only have the new one. Oh fuck, do we have a... That's not good. There we go. So I want to do character. So down here we had action visualizers. Focus action. This one we remove. Okay, so that's that one. And then we have an action handler old here as well. Which we don't actually utilize just yet. Or actually, it makes me wonder. Let's see how this one looks. I don't want to get any runtime errors from it. Action handler old. We have an update, but we don't have any active actions. Okay, it should be okay. So we leave that one, but let's see here. We have focus here. We don't set it up at all. So I'm just going to remove this one from here as well, because the way we're going to like set up actions for our playable entity this time around is we do it here as a pretty much a wrapper, right? And then we have action focus here, available dependencies. It's fucking beautiful. Fucking great, actually. I don't even know if I want to make this visible in this one. Playable action focus. I wonder if I just want to keep it like this. We're gonna have to do this because we're gonna add some setup to it eventually and stuff like that. So it might be better to have it like this for that one. That's almost everything. In our playable action handler. So our action handler should set up, if we go to animate entities, this one has an action handler here. In awake, we instantiate it. In update, we update active actions. We also can perform action and get action. Here we return from the action handler. So in the entity, this one is properly implemented. We're going to remove quite a few things here as well soon. In fact, do I want to do it now? Yeah, let's do this. Bam, because we're going to handle all of this in the playable We're going to handle this one as well in the playable action controller or handler. But yes, so the most basic stuff with the action handler is done here. We instantiate it and we update active actions. So this one gets called and this one gets called. Maybe we want to change this one eventually. In fact, this one actually as well. But we'll get to that eventually. What I want to get to now, however, is we need to call enable and disable somewhere as well as instantiate, right? We need to call this one somewhere. Instantiate visual feedback. Yes. So action handler in instantiate here, we instantiate the actions themselves. I wonder if we want to make this virtual. Because in this one, we don't want to do anything additionally, but here we do. Instantiate. I think we're gonna do it like... makes me wonder... I think we're gonna do virtual. Not replace void by, but add it here. Um, Makes me wonder if I've been a little bit like in playable action handler, maybe we want to instantiate the actions through playable actions, so through the wrapper class. Same with these, actually. We can worry about that later. We can make this work first. So for each game.input playable action playable action in playable actions. So when we instantiate here, we want to double check if we should enable or disable, or if we should enable certain actions. And yes. So pretty much the key to this new system here in playable action handler, it's going to be a dictionary here that is going to be private. Let's see. It's going to be input definition. And it's going to be a list of game.input.playable action. Playable action per input. Playable actions per input. Let's instantiate this one here as well. And then we want to have a private. Oops. Void insert. Let's see here. So for each input definition here, we're pretty much going to have a priority queue for which actions that are in it currently. So it's going to look like, where do we want to define priorities as well? Playable action, we want to have a priority here, I think. Private. Public. Int. Priority. Okay, for now, we're just gonna do every time we change an action, we're gonna look at all of the actions in the playable actions per input and enable and disable the ones available, right? Okay, so we want to private bool so here I want a method that returns true or false if a playable action can, and like if it will occupy the first space in this priority queue. Pretty much. This is like, this component is going to be so small, it's not going to be used very often. So it's a single play game initially, which means that we're probably just going to have one playable entity that has this one, which means that we don't really need to optimize this too much. We can go pretty crazy. So I'm thinking of just doing, for now I'm thinking of doing something like this. Private void insert playable action. I'm thinking of just looping through all of the input definitions we have for this playable action, inserting it in this one. And then after it, we sort it, basically. And I'm also thinking about having a one that is, or actually we have insert, we also need to do private void remove playable action. And finally, private void update playable action states. I think it's only these three we need. In instantiate here, we definitely want to playable action. Okay, so we do these first. I'm thinking that maybe if we did playable action first, we might, maybe we don't need to do a initial check. Because basically what we're gonna do is private void handle playable action state change, or pretty much just gonna send pretty much just gonna send a signal onwards. On ready change, on process change, instantiate visual feedback, instantiate. Also want to do get action dot on ready change add listener stupid. Looks a little bit stupid. All right. I'm thinking that we might actually be able to clean this up. If we handle the action handlers a little bit better. But it's probably okay. No, I don't think we're gonna do it like this. Or let's do it like this for now then. So in instantiate here we also do, so for playable action we do playable action dot Do we need to differ between these two? I'm still thinking if this one becomes ready, we had unavailable as well, that's true. I think we're gonna do public Unity event playable action on availability change. Yeah, depending on what we add or what we base this one on depends on the playable action type. So instantiate visual feedback, and then we want to do protected abstract void instantiate availability change signal. Instantiate availability change. Event. So for action focus, we just care about let's see here. Instantiate availability event. Okay, so what changes this one for focus is if the underlying action focus goes from unavailable true or unavailable false, pretty much. So it's gonna look something like action focus dot one sec. Yeah, I want to disable this one. In fact, that's true. We might want to enable, like, make this one, add this functionality on enabled and remove that functionality on disable. That's fucking true. Instantiate visual feedback. Sure, we want to do that, but instantiate availability event action focus on unavailable change. Add listener. Base dot on change invoke this. I think we will have that one. Get action public abstract pool is available. Return action focus dot state is not equal to action focus dot not action focus, but game dot actions dot state dot unavailable. That's pretty much the only thing we care about in this case. So the playable action focus is available as long as, yeah, let's put this one private void toggle focus visual feedback. I don't know if we do this. I don't know what we should do about this one though. Something like that. So if this one gets enabled, then we take whatever point input we have and we set action focus to focus on that one. And if we're processing, and we like highlight something if action is processing. And if this one, if unavailable changes, then we invoke on availability change, and then I guess it's up for someone else to check. Fuck, we could do this internally. Could we? No. Maybe we could. One sec. Not these two, but... Okay, no, we can't. Because, like, this is... This is what's needed internally for this playable action to be available or unavailable. But we also have some external stuff to take into account. Mainly what buttons we occupy with input definition here, pretty much. But I think this is... I think we can test this one now. Could we? Do we call playable action instantiate? Okay, we don't, so we can't test it just yet, but soon. Yeah, here we want to do instantiate. So now we call instantiate. Now we just need to check if we should enable it or not. Or I guess we can do... If playable action dot is available, then we do handle playable action change. We also want to do playable action dot on availability change, add listener, handle this one, right? Handle playable action change. And here we call insert playable action. Playable action. Okay, I think this is good. And then again, this one can be quite... once again, this one is not going to be used that much, right? Or by a lot of components, max like 2, 3, but probably almost always just one. I don't know if I have a scenario where the player controls more than one player at a certain time. Maybe if we later on, if we implement some co-op system, then it's going to be used on 2, right? Yes. So so we can be pretty crazy here how we handle this one, and that's why I'm thinking about doing something like if playable action dot is available, else, let's see, handle playable action change. The problem is, as I said, we're gonna go a little bit crazy here. So if it's available, else. So if it's available, we do insert playable action without this one. I don't know why it wants to insert that one, but playable action. Otherwise we do remove playable action, playable action. So insert is going to look something like this. For each for each input definition in playable action, get all input definitions. So these are all the input definitions that we need to properly execute an action or properly process an action. So for Terraform, for instance, it's the toggle action button, so the action that starts or exits the action, but it's also the controls that changes how the action, what the action does. So the size of it, the depth of it, and so on. So we get all of these input definitions, and then we do insert playable action. If input definition has or contains, not the input definition, but if playable actions per input dot, actually I don't want to check in if it contains the key. Is stupid to do it every time we insert or remove here. So when we instantiate this one, we might as well just instantiate this one with every input definition and empty lists. Pretty sure. So I just want a method here that returns all of them. Are we actually gonna have to define it like this? Public static input definition. Hmm. Okay, so with that done, we never need to check if it contains key. So what we want to do here is insert playable action, input definition. But actually, we don't need to check if an input definition key exists. Arrow the Fighter appreciate the follow as well. And you sticking around for so long. Appreciate it. We don't need to check if input definition keys exist or not exist, but we do need to check if the playable action is in the list or not. So we do if playable actions per input dot input definition does contains playable action. We're actually going to check if it doesn't, then we add it to the list. And we're gonna do something similar here. If if it does contain, remove. So it's pretty much for. So if we want to insert a playable action, we check all the input that it needs and we add it. Or for each of those inputs, we add this playable action here. Because what we want to do later on, like we want to figure out if we enable or disable. I wonder. And we're gonna go grab a snack now. Enjoy that snack. So when we have all like available playable actions in this list, we want to go through and check, or we want to sort it, and then we basically want to check if I wonder if can we, maybe we can insert it at the correct place. But anyway, like when we update the actual states of playable actions, if we're going to enable or disable them, we only want to enable the playable actions where for which all of the input definitions, or for where that playable action is on the first index in this list for each input definition. Pretty much. But this still feels like a fucking weird way to do this, honestly. Hmm. Hmm. Let's go with this one instead. Specific element. Okay, cool. So binary search like this. Ah, beautiful. Then we just do, instead of checking contains, we just do this. Or could we? What happens if... If item is found... Okay, I get it. Yeah. So... and we need to use a custom... For priority, though. Let's see. I compare... What the fuck is this really? Okay, yeah. So guess we're gonna have to implement a comparer. if we want to do it like this. PD to do. What was it? Binary search. Yo, what's up, Diggy? Again. So many decisions indeed. I'm honestly not too worried about performance here, so we're just gonna add it like this and remove it like this. And anytime this one changes, one sec actually, handle. Again, what I'm wondering here is, so remove and add, and then anytime we call this one, we want to call update playable action states. Because what we want to do here, and this is where it, I mean, contains remove add, yeah, this is okay, but here is where we are gonna, or the most unoptimized part, I guess. And still not entirely sure about this one, but so anytime a playable action has changed, either become available or unavailable, then we want to update, then we want to enable and disable, or we want to update the enable and disable state, or the enabled state of all playable actions. And my idea is to focus all or sort all of these. We don't need to do it there. If we remove something, we don't need to sort it. But if we add something, we need to sort it. So this is where the binary search would speed things up a tiny bit. Label actions per input. And we want to sort it based on or actually not sort, but order by descending PA dot priority. Oh yeah, then we need to equal to order by dot to list. So I guess it's here we could optimize it. I don't know. I'm a little bit tired right now. Is this misspelled or not? Optimization, yeah. Guess not. Yes, so when we update the playable action states, what we want to do then is we want to go through the Digi is correct. Okay, nice. What we want to go through is it's always nice to get like a affirmation. That's the word I'm looking for. But so after we have sorted them, or when we like in update playable action states, this is where we want to enable or disable playable actions that are available to us. So right now, all playable actions that are available exists somewhere in this dictionary or at multiple points in this dictionary. We just want to go through and double check so that the playable actions, and we want to enable all the playable actions where all of their input diff, or where they are first in all of their lists, and disable all of the playable actions where they are not first. Fuck, I don't know if this makes sense, but it's pretty much, to put it in a better way, we want to enable all of the playable actions where all of their input definitions are the highest priority ones, basically. But add listener and remove listener. I'm not entirely sure if this one, if we try to remove a listener that doesn't exist. So I would love to know what happens if we try to remove a listener we don't have. Probably nothing. So it's probably okay. Yo, what's up, PG King? Better late than never, I guess. But don't feel the need to turn up every day, although it's very much appreciated. Hope you have had a wonderful Thursday so far. PG King, I'm sick, freaking COVID. God damn. That's a blast from the past. I'm sorry to hear, sorry to hear. It was horrible yesterday, today is a bit better though. Nice. That's the correct direction as well. It's always an amazing feeling, like when you are recovered from a sickness, right? I love that feeling. So usually when I'm sick, that's what I tell myself over and over and over. It's gonna feel amazing while when we have recovered. How is the dev going? It's going pretty good, actually. Unfortunately, I think we won't be able to manage to finish this task today either, but we're gonna finish it tomorrow, like 100%. Yeah, the other way around, so getting sicker and sicker, that is fucking hell. That sucks. Okay, so in update playable action states, we could go through. Yeah, I think we're gonna do that. So here we want to do for each playable game.input.playable action. Playable action in playable actions. When we remove a playable action as well, I wonder if we want to do. Do I want to disable it here? I guess we can actually just do this right now. If playable action is available, if it's not available, then we do playable action dot disable and continue. PG King, the headache yesterday was horrible. I much prefer today with a very tiny headache and a stuffed nose. And that's definitely preferable. I wonder, like, these... Like, having a really, really bad headache is one of the worst feelings, honestly. Fuck. Used to have headaches all the time when I was younger. Not much these days, though. PG King, anyway, are you defining the actions themselves or access to those actions? It's pretty much a wrapper around actions. To be able to visually show them to the player, basically. I think the biggest change today, which you missed, is that we split. So we have an action handler which handles all of the actions for entities. We split this one up into a base class and two derived classes, animate action handler and playable action handler. And playable action handler is going to be the one that communicates, that binds certain actions and stuff like that, you know. But for each input definition in playable action dot get all input definitions, here we do if this one is rough, this class, but I'm pretty sure we can get the correct result here at least. But if input definitions per, what is it? Playable action per input definition dot first is equal to playable action, or if it's not equal to, then we do playable action dot disable and play, if we break here, then we exit this one, right? We're gonna do it like this: private void or bool is playable or should playable action be enabled. Oops. Return false. So pretty much like this. Should playable action be enabled? If the playable action isn't available, then no. If the input definition slot is occupied by another playable action with a higher priority, then no, this shouldn't be enabled. But if we never return false from any of these two, then yes, it should be enabled. So update playable action states. So for each playable action we have here, we just check if should playable action be enabled, playable action, else. Yes. Pidgey King, I've just started using typing in a for each declaration. Oh yeah. So you mean instead of writing like var, right? So using this instead of this. I mean, I don't know what's wrong with me, but I just love being explicit. You get quite, like, the lines become quite long. But it just feels right, you know? That's also the same reason why I write game.input, even though we don't need it. I don't know, maybe I should just start experimenting by being less explicit in my coding. Okay, I think we're done here. So this one will handle Diggy. I'm used to coding before var was used for everything, lol. Same here, same here. Or at least for me, like at least in languages that didn't have it back then. Like Python still existed for me, but I didn't code anything in that. I guess you can be quite implicit in that one. But yeah. Okay, I think I want to try this one now. Let's see, instantiate, insert playable action. And the last thing we want to do here is update playable action states. Okay, let's see what happens. So character, we now have... I hate that this one, it looks so weird, but in action setup we have interactable list and we have an action handler. For playable entity, it's a playable action handler, and here are the playable actions. We have playable action focus, we have a priority here, and we have a reference to the action focus. And this one I definitely want to remove, so playable action public. Yes. Okay, so this one looks a little bit nicer. Playable actions, playable action focus, and then we have the actual action here. We're not using action handler old anymore, so let's see. We should be getting highlights this time around as well, or that's the goal, but I'm not so sure. Okay. Priority 0 on availability change, action focus. It's ready. One sec. Okay, it's ready, but we're not process. Yeah, because it's not enabled, of course, of course. It's ready, but we never change, or we never send in. We never called this one, so we never focus on anything. We do instantiate it, I'm pretty sure. I'm gonna make sure. So awake action handler instantiate, yes. So after that we start this one, and then for each playable action in playable actions, we instantiate them on availability change, handle playable action change, and then we do playable action is available. Insert playable action. Nah, I don't know. First, it's not equal to playable action. I'm wondering if this... Instantiate availability event, visual feedback. Oh, one sec. Playable action is available if action focus state is not equal to game actions state unavailable. Yeah, it shouldn't be equal to that. We instantiate it here. An action focus. Instantiate dependent. Like check, we set state to available and then we check dependencies. So we should definitely not be in unavailable. One sec, did I get all input definitions? We just return input definition point. Yo, what's up, Tree Socks? And I'm pretty sure order by priority. Yeah, we only have one. I don't see. If it's not available, return false. If first is not equal to playable action, return false. I can't pinpoint where it goes wrong, or I guess it never gets set to enabled. But why? That's the bigger question. My initial thought was that update playable action states. My initial thought was that we didn't instantiate the action itself before we did the visuals of it, but we definitely do. We call base instantiate animate entity here before. So this should be executed first. Playable actions, let's see if we can visualize some of this. Playable action. There we go. We have priority. Let's just do private bool enabled as well. Or fuck, why doesn't this? Let me just try. Before we continue, I just want to see if let's do it like this. Yeah, let's see if we even get here and why it doesn't become ready. Ah, that's interesting to say the least. So we don't even get here or here. Might as well have put one here. Okay, that's... Did not expect that. Okay. The detective work for this is gonna have to wait until tomorrow because I need to run. But interesting. We're gonna add some more debug logs here because we want a... Very similar to the old system, I want a... like a nice debug output at all times if it's enabled. But yes, so I gotta run. But thank you so much for watching, everybody. I appreciate it, always. We'll be back tomorrow if nothing unforeseen happens with the week's last stream and the last stream with this issue as well, because I'm pretty sure, I'm entirely sure that we will finish this one tomorrow. It's almost like I can say tomorrow I will stream for as long as it takes us to finish that task, but we'll see. Thank you for watching, everybody. I'm PG King. Dig in later. Have a nice day. Tree Socks, you as well. Peace out, everybody.